All right, we're ready.
Are we ready?
Yes, sir. Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag
of
The
the
United States
United
of
America,
of
and the
America,
republic
for which it stands,
one nation,
one nation,
under
under
God,
God, indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty,
with liberty
and justice
for all.
Roll call.
Mr. Carson,
Here.
Dr. Fike,
I am here.
Mrs. O'Rear,
here,
Mr. Polakowski,
Here.
Mrs. Raymond,
here,
Mrs. Rhodes,
here,
Mrs. Heather Smith,
here,
Mrs. Kristen Smith, Mrs.
I'm having
Kristen,
a hard time hearing. I don't know what's going on. Can someone say something? I'm having a hard time hearing. I apologize.
Mrs. Kristen Smith, roll calls, Mrs. Smith, Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mrs.
She's here.
Mrs. Williams,
Here.
Mrs. Williams, this is Amy Zundel, solicitor. Could I take a moment and introduce Mr. Delacour of our office?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Amy Zundel, solicitor. I do have here with me this evening on the virtual meeting, Mr. Lee Delacour, who's an associate with our office. He joined our office several months ago from the Allegheny County Law Department, where he was for 8 years prior to joining WBK.
Thank you for the introduction, Ms. Zundel. I appreciate the opportunity to sit in and observe tonight. So thanks for having me, everyone.
thanks for being here.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make
What is his role, Amy? Is he going to be a substitute attorney for us, or is he just here to observe?
He has been shadowing on several Southmoreland matters and has taken a look at a few things to assist me in the work of the school district as solicitor. And that's an approach that our office tends to use with all of our clients, just because of the sheer number that we have. And so he's working closely with me in support of the district's legal needs.
So he could be our solicitor at some point. Is that right?
If there would ever be an occasion where I could not attend a meeting, somebody else from the firm would be present. It could be Mr. Delacour. It could be one of the partners, Ms. Turnbull, who you had met at the interview. It's all going to depend on availability.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to make an announcement that we were in executive session prior to the meeting for personnel and legal matters. Citizens' comments? Do we have any?
We have Jan here. Give me 1 second. I'll let him in.
Thank you.
Mr. Kiefer, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Keeper. We're ready whenever you're ready to start.
All right. Jan Kiefer, 628 Homestead Avenue, Scottsdale. I was looking at the Department of Education note that Mr. Mash is going to read this evening, and one of the lines reads, and I'll almost quote, would be that medical experts agree / hospitals and healthcare professionals across the state support mask, and then goes on to talk about this mask legal situation that we're in right now. And I think that we could add to that mask the social distancing and the other COVID rules that have been pushed down by the Pennsylvania Department of Education and Health. And the department in this letter refers to the CDC as their gospel that they use as their reference. You'll hear this letter later from Mr. Masha. Those who agree would be the ones who are connected with the big money in the pharma and in the government and in the revolving doors and the agencies that there. And those who would not agree, as Mr. Mash is going to tell you, all healthcare professionals across the state agree and support. Those who don't agree would be the independent ones, the ones who have been ahead of the science and the truth and don't have the blood on their hands that these pharmaceuticals have on their hands in these agencies. But more to the point then that Mr. Mash is going to make tonight, 30% of personnel in healthcare hospitals remain unvaccinated in the United States, unvaccinated from COVID, that is. This is the choir to begin with, and 30% are saying, we've seen what's going on, we're not going to do this. And you don't see that. New York Teachers Union is split on this. They want their teachers all to get mandated and get vaccinated. We'll see how that one settles out. And then we're going to have two schools. We'll have for the unvaccinated and the vaccinated. We'll have hospitals for vaccinated and unvaccinated. This is where you're marching us, Southmoreland School Board. This is where the world is going very quickly. And if you don't pay attention to these these red flags, then we need someone else in policy that is going to claim that they are doing this. When the kids come back from getting their vaccinations now, they're going to be shedding. That's a scientific body that you have to be on control of, because these kids are going to come in and shed on the unvaccinated and on each other. The nurse needs to be able to address that she's aware of that issue and how she's handling that issue. And the nurse, of course, is hiding. We know that. So in the European Union, we have 30,000 deaths from the vaccination, 2.8 million serious injuries. Some of these injuries will be life-ending soon. Do we know that in America, 30,000 deaths, 2.8 million injured? See how this goes up a year from now, because it's delayed effects at the CDC, the Pennsylvania Department of Education and Health, and the Southmoreland School Board in lockstep has put soldiers are jamming into our community. Where is the tracing coming from in our community? Does it originate in the school?
Mr. Kiefer, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you. I need a motion to turn to executive session.
So moved.
I need a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
We're going to return to executive session to finish some issues that we need to finish before the voting portion of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you turn off the television? Why? Oh, that's good. Okay. Oh, I have to call back in.
Mr. Smithula, is everyone on?
I think we're waiting for Heather Smith again.
Yeah, she just said she's having trouble getting in.
Yeah.
I wonder if she went back to let me send her a.
Mrs. Smith is just joining now.
Okay, good.
Okay, I'm back in. I don't know why. Every time we get off, I can't get back in.
Sorry. So I need a motion to go back into session.
So moved.
You need a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes of October 14th, 2021 meeting.
Board is asked to approve the minutes of the October 14th, 2021 meeting.
You need a motion?
So moved.
Need a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 21st, 2021 meeting.
The board is asked to approve the minutes of the October 21st, 2021 meeting.
I need a motion.
So moved.
I need a second.
Second.
Discussion?
I have a discussion. I have a serious discussion. I would like to read the minutes of the November 11th meeting.
We're
Mr.
talking about
Krofcheck-
the October 21st meeting.
Oh, I thought it was November 11th. I'm sorry, my things. Oh, November 11th. We already approved October 1st, 21st, right?
No, that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, all right, I'll be on in a minute. I thought that was approved.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Mhm.
Minutes of the November 11th, 2021.
Mhm.
The board is asked to approve the meeting minutes of the November 11th, 2021 school board meeting.
Need a motion?
So moved.
I need a second.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes, I wish to engage in discussion. Quote, Mr. Krofcheck questioned how many times Dr. Fike has been in the high school to see what goes on. This is an open invitation. Mr. Krofcheck wants Dr. Fike to come to the high school. Not needing counselors, dean of students, come up and see what goes on before you make your statements. Okay? I'm going to read a policy. We have a policy, and this is what it says. The policy exists that no person shall be permitted to personally attack, address, or individually criticize or question a school director in a public forum. So apparently this only applies to certain people and not to district administrators. I have two legal questions. Number one, the speaker publicly invited all individual school board members, the entire board, to come to the high school to, quote, see what goes on. The invitation does not meet with the administration by appointment, but to come to the high school to, quote, see what is going on. Now, I would like a legal opinion. I don't care that he challenged me. I'm so far beyond that. Okay, I want a legal opinion. And Mrs. Sundell, like it or not, you're the district attorney, and I'm on the board. Nobody likes that, but I want these two questions to answer. Is it permissible for any school board member to walk into the high school at any time and observe what is going on?
Yes.
The question is, sorry, I just had to unmute myself there. Is it permissible for any board member to come into the high school? Now, when a board member visits the high school, just like anybody else, you would be a visitor to the school. You would be buzzed in through the secure entrances that I'm sure you have. I don't know the answer to the question of whether all board members have clearances, but my recommendation it has been to all my clients that any visitor to the school who doesn't have clearances or has not been approved as like a frequent volunteer be accompanied at any time that they're in the school building. So hopefully that gives just a basic set of information to answer your question, Dr. Fike.
Okay. His statement was, this is an open invitation to the board to come in to the high school and, quote, see what's going on. Now, this is my third time around on the school board, and the one thing that we have never, ever, ever been allowed to do is to walk into any school building and observe anything. This is not like you go in with an appointment with an administrator, but now I want to know, does he have the right to invite any school board member to come in at any time, open invitation, to come in and see what is going on? I want an answer, because I'm going to really go by your legal answer, Amy. I'm going by your legal answer. Does any school board member have the right to walk in there, open invitation at any time, any place, walk in and, quote, see what's going on?
I mean, an open invitation to a secure high school in 2021 is not just that the board member could walk in. The way
Right.
I interpreted that is that, come up at any time, you'll buzz in like any other visitor would, and Mr. Krofschek will take the time away from his schedule to allow the board member to come into the building. So I think he did have the right to make that statement.
And do what, Amy? And do what? Come into the building and do what?
Observe.
Observe who?
Observe everything that's going on. I'm actually going there tomorrow.
Students, teachers, you were allowed to go into classrooms,
As long
observe
as we're
student
accompanied
behavior.
by administration.
Are you serious? Okay, I'm going to go by this. So you're saying that any school, okay, this is important to me, Amy, because all the years I've been on school boards, we have never been permitted to go into school boards and go into school buildings, observe teachers, observe students, and so forth. These are other people's children. And
So
he's saying,
I actually observed a virtual classroom experience last year. I was sent a Zoom link. The teacher was made aware that I would be participating.
okay.
Claire was on that with me. I thought that it was good to see how that was working for our students and what they saw. So I think that if you were being invited in by the administrator in that building, I'm not sure that I see a problem with it.
I'm going to cite your legal ruling right now. I'm going to cite your legal ruling right now.
That's not
because
my legal
it flies
ruling,
in the
Dr.
face. No,
Fike.
it flies
I'm
in
not
the
a
face
lawyer.
of everything I have ever been told.
I think that, so my interpretation of this and what I've read when we had to do the training, when we got on the board, is that it is not a school board member's right to walk into the school at any time. However, if you're invited, or if you ask and say, would it be okay for me to come? I think it's common courtesy, and I think it's very respectful to the teachers and the principals to give them that heads up. I would never want to just show up somewhere not knowing what's going on in the classroom, and I would never want to just show up to the principal and him have to catch someone off guard and say, someone's going to be observing you. So I would always—
Correct. Christy, I'm agreeing with you.
Yes,
Christy, I'm agreeing with you. But he said to come in here and, quote, see what's going on.
Well, that's what
that was his statement. I'm not making it up. See what's going on. Read the minutes.
He's inviting you to come in and experience the high school. I don't really know what you're trying to get at. Yes, he invited you to the district. I think to the building. He has the right to do that with any person on this board.
I want to see what's going on. He said he wanted me to see what's going on. Come on, Michelle, answer that question. See what's going on. What does that mean? See what's going on.
You were making direct statements as to that they didn't need help, that that we didn't need more guidance counselors, that we didn't need a dean of students, that we didn't need these things. And he was pointing out very passionately that we do need.
Hey,
these
Michelle,
things.
all I want is a legal statement from Amy that says any school board member can go into the high school and, quote, see what's going on. That's all I'm asking for.
I
Dr.
did want
Fike,
to add that
I
this, I'm sorry.
think you
Go
had
ahead.
a second question, Dr. Fike. I had answered your first question based upon my interpretation of what Mr. Krofcheck said. And you'd
Yeah,
still
we
have to
also have a
follow all the
policy.
same
Yeah, we also
visitors
have a policy.
procedures and security procedures that are in place at your high school. Mr. Krofcheck would not be able to contravene any security measures that are in place just because a board member is coming to the high school. But I think there's you said you had a second question. I'd like to answer that one if I
Yes, the policy
can.
says you cannot attack, address, or criticize an individual school board member, and your time will be terminated. Does that not apply to them? Does that not apply to him?
That wasn't in public. This happened in executive
Oh,
meeting.
yes, it was. Oh, yes, it was. It said, it's in the minutes. Oh, Amy, it's in the minutes. It's in the minutes. Read the minutes.
It wasn't Amy that said that, Dr. Fike.
Read the minutes, Amy. Read the minutes, Amy.
It wasn't Amy that said that, Dr. Fike. This is O'Rear. And she obviously was mistaken. The meetings are long to run over each other.
This is what Mr. Krofcheck said.
And I believe at this point, this has become a personnel issue, and maybe this should be dealt with in executive session.
This is not a personnel issue. These are the public minutes, Michelle. The public meeting, the public minutes.
And you are discussing.
Read them, Michelle. Read them. I read them to you.
Dr.
Read them.
Fike, I don't need to read the minutes. You just recited them to us. And this is a personnel matter.
It's not a personnel matter. It's a public meeting, comments meeting. In other words, you're telling me that nobody in the community is allowed to attack a school board member, but he is. Is that correct?
That did not happen during public comments, Dr. Fike.
It's in the minutes.
It was not during public comments. It was not.
And he
during
didn't say it in a public meeting. He did not say it in a public meeting?
Yes.
Oh, okay, gotcha. You're saying if it's not done during public comments, he can do it any other time during the meeting. Gotcha.
To you. It happened in a public meeting. It did not happen during public comments. There's a difference.
Gotcha. So if it's not during public comments, he can attack an individual school board meeting, and that's okay. I just need to know that, Michelle. I just need to know
make a
that.
motion to end this conversation, and
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you pound your gavel. Hey, Michelle, grab your gavel and pound it. I want to hear it.
Dr. Fike,
Why are you constantly so
gavel.
nasty, Dr.
Pound
Fike?
your
You're
gavel.
so nasty
Pound your
to
gavel.
Anybody on here?
Dr.
So
Fike.
Pound your
nasty.
gavel.
Voting to
Golly.
approve the minutes means that we are just approving the minutes are an accurate depiction of what occurred. So debating what happened in those minutes is not relevant. Approving
Is that
the minutes
right?
is approving
Is that right? Is that right? Is that right?
Is there any other discussion on the November 11th minutes?
Mm-hmm.
No,
We got it. Pound your gavel, Michelle. Pound your gavel. Pound your gavel. When it's your turn, you'll change your mind. When it's your turn, you'll change your mind. Pound the gavel. Pound your gavel.
Is there any other discussion on the November 11th? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Does that mean we need to strike the minutes? I don't understand.
No, it just means there's one opposition, that's all. So let's.
That's all it is, Gail. One opposition. That's all it's ever been.
That's right. It's one opposition. So let's move on.
That's all it's ever been. That's all it's ever been.
The horse to death. Let's move on.
The board is asked to approve the
Yep,
November.
let's move on.
The board is asked to approve the November treasurer's report.
Motion?
So moved.
I need a second.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
It came from Pan Mondoc, yes.
Mrs. O'Rear,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-all.
General Fund Board Summary Report.
The board is asked to approve the board summary report for October 2021.
You need a motion?
So moved.
I need a second.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Dr. Fike,
Yeah.
Mrs. O'Rear,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-all.
Fund accounting and food service check summary listing.
The board is asked to approve the fund accounting and food service check summary listing.
I need a motion.
So moved.
I need a second.
I'll
Second.
second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Mrs. O'Rear,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes. Yes.
Motion carries 9-all.
Cyber charter expenses.
Once again, this is for informational purposes only, but I know there were several questions that had arisen on the last board meeting, and I do want to thank Pam for supplying some information. In the school year 2021, there were 205 students that were enrolled in the cyber charter schools. And in this current school year 21-22, there are currently 118 students enrolled in the cyber charter schools. And Pam, I thank you for doing that, but do you have anything you want to add to that?
I do. I actually want to thank Mrs. Tarzan and Mrs. Lane for helping me pull that information together. It's greatly appreciated.
No problem.
Thank you, Paige.
Discussion on this? Superintendent information.
Okay, I've included several pieces of information. I do have an email from the Secretary of Ed just as informational purposes to our community to help them understand what is currently taking place as far as the masking order. So I have placed that on there for them to read. That is from the Secretary of Ed. I have also included, and I know that it's not coming up. Mr. Boring is unavailable to be with us tonight. So he has provided me information as a summary for the fall sports. And if you just bear with me, my computer is not cooperating. It's loading right now, so please just give me a minute. I am not certain what's going on. Let me try again.
Mr. Masha, do you want me to read his update for you?
Yeah. Could you, Mrs. Williams? I'm having problems pulling that document up. Oh, there it goes.
Okay.
Okay, the fall sports summary. The girls volleyball team qualified for the WPIAL playoffs. The girls tennis qualified for the WPIAL playoffs. Elle Palakowski and Ali Durr also qualified for the WPIAL doubles championships. Congratulations to them. Football made the WPIAL playoff for the second time in 3 years and finished second in the conference. Girls soccer won their second straight section title and finished third in the WPIAL and qualified for the PIAA state playoffs. And freshman Lexi Oler qualified for the PIAA state cross country meet. Looking at that listing, I would think that we had a very successful fall sports. I would like to congratulate all the student athletes that participated in that and also their coaches. We are very proud of the performance that you put on this fall. And I don't know if any other board member would want to add to that.
Just like to congratulate them for a successful season. We had heard all of this at the athletic committee meeting, and I thought that it was important for the board and the community to hear that as well. Thank you to Mr. Boring for putting that list together and for all of the accomplishments this season as well.
Yes, and I've also another document there. This is the current SOLA or Southmoreland Online Academy enrollment as of today. And I provided that in a chart form. Currently, there are 0 first graders, 4 second graders, 3 third graders, 3 fourth graders, 5 fifth graders, 3 sixth graders, 6 seventh graders, 5 eighth graders, 8 ninth graders, 8 10th graders, 10 11th graders, and 10 12th graders for a total of 65 students currently enrolled in our SOLA program. So I do believe last year there was 130 some. I'm sorry, I do not have the actual number, but I know it's appreciably down from last year.
Sorry, Mr. Usher, I did want to make one more thing regarding like fall sports and stuff and accomplishments, and which I think we have exceptional student athletes. I did want to also give a shout out to our marching band. They took first place in our forgive me, I'm trying to remember what it's called. Anyways, I think this possibly is for the second year in a row, and then I think the whole entire marching band, including our color guard, got I don't know if it's considered first or if it's what do they call it, all around. I don't know, somebody's gonna tell me, I'm sure, but I just wanted to give a shout out to them. I think they've done an excellent job, especially taking first place, best in class. That's what it was. They did best in class this season. And I think they've just done an incredible job. So I wanted to mention them.
I too would like to.
It was PIMBA.
PIMBA, that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Clara.
And I too would like to recognize that, and I apologize if I was remiss in indicating that. But yes, they have done a tremendous job throughout the course of the years. And if you really look at it, all our athletes, cheerleaders, everyone involved in our fall sports, they've represented our district very well and have set themselves as models for everyone else. So I do commend everyone that has participated.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Masha. Do you have anything else?
I do not, Mrs. Williams.
Okay. I had asked Mr. Masha if
I have a question. I have a question.
Go ahead.
I have a question for the Vince. I have a question for you. Yes. Early on, you talked about our enrollment in cyber school, cyber charter, and so forth. Can you review with me what you said the numbers were?
Yes. Hold on, doctor. Let me. Okay. In the 2021 school year. Yeah. Last year, there were 205 students that were enrolled in our cyber charter program.
Okay.
This year, the 21-22 school year, there are currently 118 students enrolled.
Yeah, that's what I have. So there's a difference of 87 students, is that right?
Yes, yes. A lot of students re-entered back into our brick and mortar.
Okay, so 87 students didn't. Okay, I'm looking at this paper that was included in my agenda, and I was trying to get the numbers straight, but I got the 118 for this year and 205 that year. So 87 students came back.
Yes.
Okay, but if I look, now, when we look at SOLA, Vince, that's 65 students. How does that SOLA number compare to the 87? Because I'm not real smart with this stuff. Help me out. We have 65 kids in SOLA and 87 came back. How does that work?
Now, SOLA and the cyber charter are two different things, Dr. Fike. The cyber charters could be PA Cyber.
Yeah, there's a whole list of them. Yeah, there's a whole list of them. Yeah. Uh-huh.
The solar
there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah. 87. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
The solar program is through the IU. Those students are enrolled in the IU, and sometimes it's misidentified as being cyber, but it is a cyber platform. But it is through the IU, and it's cost considerably less than what the.
Okay, so we only have 65 students in solar right now. Is that right?
65, yes.
65. Okay. So we got 87 students back from all of the other ones, and we have 65 in SOLA.
Yes. And
Mr. Masha, can you share that number with her again? There's 65 students enrolled in SOLA this year. How many were enrolled in SOLA last year?
How many?
I apologize for not having the exact number, but I do believe there were 132. But I could be wrong on that. I will definitely find the answer to that, but I know it was considerably more than what is enrolled this year.
Okay, so we got a lot of kids back from SOLA, and we got 87 kids back from the other schools. Is that right? From that list of cyber charter schools. Is that right?
Yes, Dr. Fike.
Okay, so we had projected a huge budget deficit for cyber school payments, didn't we, Vince? Wasn't there a big number? Pam, you jump in on that. Wasn't there a big number that we had a deficit? So we don't have that deficit anymore. Is that right?
Well, what I had, and I apologize, I should have had this sent to you by Mrs. Tarzan.
Not a problem, Pam. Generally, are we ahead of the game now that we don't have that big deficit?
Yes, we are. And that's the point of me doing the analysis for you all last week. We did put an amount, and if memory serves me, it was around $500 and some odd $1,000.
Yeah. Okay.
That I had sent the information to all the board members yesterday.
Yes, I got
that. That the money was sitting out there in regard to the fund balance. So we're hopeful that the trend continues and that it continues for the second half of the school year. And with that being said, then hopefully we will not have to hit the fund balance for the additional amounts of monies that would be needed for
the original one that auditor said was like $750,000. But if it's only $50,000, we don't have that great deficit because we budgeted that amount. Is that correct, Pam?
We put in the fund balance. We assigned a certain amount of money that we could use should we have overages in the cyber charter billings. But like I said,
cover it this year. We'll cover it this year, Pam.
We're hopeful that we will. I mean, like I said, I don't have that crystal ball, but it's looking more promising than it definitely was last year for sure.
Okay, that was my question, Pam. That we had that he projected that $700 and some $1,000 deficit, but if we don't have that many kids, it should be better. That's what I'm getting at. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Pam.
You're welcome.
I had asked Mr. Masha if I could just have a minute of his time on the superintendent information. I would like to take a minute to thank Mrs. Rhodes, Mr. Carson, Mrs. Heather Smith, and Mrs. Raymond for the time they've dedicated to the district. Mrs. Rhodes has been with the district for a substantial number of years. I think it's important to note this has been an extremely difficult time to be a board member, And I, and I'm sure the rest of the board and the community, thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle.
Business manager report.
Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Williams. I have a few things to report on. The RFP for banking, we're working on implementing the change to FNB. That should take place the mid-December. Have been working closely hand in hand with them to get that, as well as my team members to get that implemented. We set up a demo for TransFinder December 17th. I'm going to be reaching out to some other for the RFP for the routing software. Developed the RFP for the track proposal that you'll all be looking at and voting on this evening. Talked to Mr. Basham about getting some information regarding the heating and cooling systems that were voted on last week. The audit with Mr. Kamada obviously has been completed and still in the midst of working with the audit with Mark Turnley's office. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Pam, could you say that last thing again about the audit with Mr. Camardo? What about the, could you say that again?
Yes. As you know, last week, Mr. Kamada did a report to the board regarding the audit that was done at the business office. And then we're still currently working with Mr. Turnley's office to finish up our local audit.
Oh, okay. I thought you said something else. Thank you for thank you for repeating that, Pam. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Is Mrs. Capone on for food service director report?
I am not certain that she is.
No, she said that she wouldn't have anything for this evening.
Okay, thank you. CTC report.
No report this time.
Thank you. WIU report.
Yes, I have a report. Our last meeting was held on 10/26/21, and our next meeting will be November 23rd, which is next week. There will be no meeting in December because they're scheduled for the fourth Tuesday, and that is right past Christmas. There was an executive session held where we dealt with a previous grievance, which we thought had been settled, but the matter is unresolved and it continues to be processed. During the regular session, we discussed staffing needs. They need 45 PCAs. They have 27. Current contracts with PCAs ends on June 30th, and attorney Carl Beard will be negotiating their contract. They discussed the use of ESSER funds that they got for $1,121,063. And they're going to use some of that money to redo the HVAC systems and to renovate facilities as needed. They are permitted to use those funds under that thing. They gave out 2 awards. The first award was for the outstanding paraprofessional, and it went to Elizabeth Gleesman, who works at Clairview as a PCA. They gave out the Annie Sullivan Award to Jeffrey Beard, who is also a teacher at Clairview, but he is a PE teacher, and he specializes in adaptive strategies that children in need can use. They talked about changes in professional development. They are no longer trying to bring people all together as much as they did before. Their goal is to do county-wide training using technology. They authorized a number of employees to attend conferences that varied in different specialties. They accepted 6 employee resignations. They did approve an MOU between the IU and the Pennsylvania State Police, which is required every 2 years. They do provide protection. And the one thing I wanted to comment is on every agenda, the last item on every agenda says comments by WIU Board of Directors that follows citizens' comments. And it was really nice to be able to have the opportunity for the members of the board to speak to what their concerns were. And it was a very productive time in the meeting. But it's on the agenda. On the agenda, it says comments by the Board of Directors. Thank you.
Sorry, PSBA liaison.
Yeah, I do have a short little report here. PSBA, there's a House bill that's currently being looked at, and PSBA opposes that House bill, and that's 1660. And it was amended by the Senate Education Committee. The bill puts several overly restrictive and burdensome limitations on locally elected school boards to make decisions regarding all school district operations in the event of an emergency. House Bill 1660, as passed by the House, would limit the temporary emergency provisions to no more than 60 days when an emergency results in 5 consecutive days of not being able to provide in-person instructions. The Senate Education Committee amended the proposal to separate emergencies into 2 categories. One would be an infectious disease category, and also then the other category will be for all the other emergencies. But it also puts different requirements based on the categories of the emergencies. It limits the number of days to 21. It also puts various mandated processes the boards have to follow to extend temporary emergencies. PSBA fully supports public transparencies, but House Bill 1660 would seriously interfere with attempts by school boards to respond to emergency situations in their own districts. So that's just something I guess we'll have to watch for, whoever the legislative or whoever the PSBA liaison in the next chapter here, we can keep an eye on that. One last thing too, I just wanted to say to everyone that it's been an honor and a privilege to serve the Southmoreland School District, and I wish everybody in the future good luck. Keep you all in my thoughts and prayers. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rhodes.
Mm-hmm.
Michelle, I would like to make a comment here, if I may.
Sure.
I would like to thank Amy for the information that she gave about the legal proceedings regarding the masking order. This is a legal issue that was sent to the superintendents and directors, and I thank her very much. She documented about the history, the arguments, the decisions, the appeal, and the guidance. And Amy, I thank you very much for keeping us abreast of those legal actions. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dr. Fike.
Undle, I just realized I skipped right over your report. So solicitor information.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mrs. Williams, thank you. I just have 2 items that I had asked Mr. Masha to attach to the agenda. The first is an update that one of our associates did on the decision that was issued on November 12th, which was the 11th last week. And then, the 10th, third time is a charm. But earlier this week, the status changed yet again. And I know Mr. Masha touched on that in his superintendent report. Long story short, when it comes to masking, we are in a wait and see pattern until December 4th, when the next Pennsylvania bulletin will be issued. And that's the next opportunity for Governor Wolf to put some type of emergency order in place that would require masking. And so we will continue to stay updated and obviously keep all of our clients updated, including Southmoreland. The 2021 yearly legal roundup is the next document that was attached. This is a roundup and list of case summaries that Rebecca Hall, a special education attorney in our office, does on an annual basis. It's really nice to the point summary of the Pennsylvania special education hearing officer decisions that have occurred. And so that is for your information as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, remove Esser's from the table.
Are there any committee reports, Mrs. Williams?
Oh, I'm sorry. Geez. Okay, so are there any committee reports? So policy committee.
That's mine. Yes, we've been working very hard on all the policies. We have another meeting next week to go through some of the policies which deal with financial aspects of the school. So we will be doing those next week, hoping to get them on the agenda as soon as possible. And then we'll be at least halfway through them. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Masha? Maybe
I would
more.
agree. We've been working very diligently to get these policies in place, yes.
Yeah, so we're pushing.
Does the finance committee have anything?
No, not that, not currently.
Okay, thank you. Buildings and grounds.
Did you guys talk about anything that we discussed at our last meeting?
We did last meeting vote on the preventative maintenance. So I did discuss that we discussed that all with Mr. Basham. And we did discuss the track RFP to make sure that's put back out there. And did discuss that the paving and the roof at SPC was not getting done this year, and the sidewalks. So we addressed those things. I don't think there's anything new unless you have something.
No. I was just curious if you guys had discussed it last meeting. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did we, Michelle, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did we address like what we were doing as far as the roof goes with possible changes in building material, like the price with cost?
I think is Mr. Masher, are you reaching out to Mark about that?
Yeah,
I think we need to be in contact with him to be, at least moving forward so that come spring, we're ready to do something once the school's no longer in. Hopefully by then there'll be materials but the cost of the project would obviously change as Mrs. Mondock had mentioned at the last meeting.
Yes.
I think it's important to stay on top of that again.
Yeah, for sure.
Mrs. Smith, did we have anything from the athletic committee meeting in transportation?
Well, we talked about all this success that the fall sports had. So I would like to congratulate all the kids for having such a successful season. We just talked about like the winter sports starting up and about Dan doing some exit meetings with the coaches because he wanted to start doing that again. And we did talk about, trying to get the track ready and stuff like that. But I think that's about it. It's kind of a short meeting.
It was. Okay, thank you. Was there anything else that I missed?
Oh, you know what? Speaking of transportation, I remember, I don't know where are we going with the routing software? Did we approve that, correct?
Mrs. Arrear, this is Ms. Mondock. Yes, we did approve the the routing RFP. However, in the meantime, I have been in touch with some other school districts through PASBO. And what they suggested that I do is get some demos and have our teams evaluate them. So we started with the first one to be evaluated on December 17th, and that will be TransFinder. So once with the committee being myself, Mrs. Geyer, Mr. Smithola, Mr. car. And Mr. Masha, if you have time, you're more than welcome to join us on December 17th to look at TransFinder. Once we do that, then we're going to set up some other with VersaTran and there's one other software package whose name escapes me at the present moment, but we're going to set up demos with those as well, do an evaluation period, and then bring something forth to you.
Wonderful. Okay.
So I'm definitely, that's something definitely that we're working on.
Great. Thank you for the update, Mrs. Mondock.
Of course.
Remove Esser's from the table.
The Esser 3 expenditures were tabled at the November 11th, 2021 meeting. The board president will now entertain a motion to take this item from the table.
Need a motion?
So moved.
I need a second.
Second.
I'll second.
Discussion?
Are you talking about removing it from the table?
Yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Esser's 3.
The board is asked to consider the approval of Esser 3 spreadsheet.
I need a motion.
Make the motion.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Discussion.
I simply have one thing I want to say. Aside from the academics that are included in this proposal, it is one of the most horrifying, sickening things I've ever seen in terms of spending public money. Our money should be dedicated, devoted inclusively to the education of our children, and everything in here besides that does not include that. I am horrified at this proposal. I'm absolutely sure it's going to pass. Good luck, people, because 2 years from now, when it's a total failure, I don't want you to come back and say you weren't warned.
What can be done to improve it, to make it more of an educational basis rather than what you are considering it, Dr. Fike?
So I have some questions related to all of these expenditures. So one of the first things I just wanted to get some clarification on, I am definitely very much in favor of the hiring of the various interventionists. But to clarify, the availability for these positions to be filled would be first available to our current staff. Is that correct?
I do believe that we have to post internally first.
Okay, and so these positions are supposed to, in theory, assuming we approve all of this, these positions are supposed to begin here now sometime coming up fairly soon during this school year.
Yes.
Okay, so we could be looking at a situation of teachers who are currently in classrooms being pulled from their classrooms halfway through the school year.
I would hope that that would not occur, but that could be a possibility.
Okay, because I mean, and I don't know all of the legalities as it relates to the union and all of those kind of things, but I do feel like I have a little bit of concern, especially at an elementary or SPC level. I do have a little bit of concern about pulling teachers out halfway through the school year. I don't know if there's any way to address that, but it is something that kind of concerns me. I don't love that idea. So I don't know if there's any solution or any way to avoid that, or if it is what it is, and that's the end of that.
I think one thing is, one thing that we can do, which we had spoken about a bit, is decide that the person who receives that position will not start in that position until the administration or board has found a long-term replacement for them who is credentialed in that or certified in that area. So no spot should be left unmanned until you can't move until they've all been filled. And I think that would be a good way to do that. That way, you know, I know we've all mentioned it before. If a science teacher decides to go, we can't just get a math teacher to fill in for the rest of the year, because that isn't going to help anybody. So we would have to, before that science teacher leaves, we would have to ensure that we have another science teacher who's certified in science to take that position before that person can start in their new position.
Okay, I appreciate that sentiment. I hope that that is then what indeed, I know there's no way to really like make that official, except that we're discussing it right now and that that's our desire.
Mrs. Sundell, can we make that? Is that something we can say? Like, we don't want that to happen. We don't want positions to be left vacant just to fill these new positions. And we want them to be certified in what they're filling.
I would not recommend that you do that in the scope of this particular motion, because this is the ESSER 3 motion is to recommend the spending. I think the debate has communicated clearly that expectation, but where the board takes action on that expectation, that no teaching position be vacant, that the kids are covered, the teaching positions are covered, that comes to fruition when you vote to fill any dean of students position, and then have to backfill with a sub. Okay.
So contractually, this is an interesting point. A teacher who's already working in the district may not start that position if the job is posted in the middle of the year until the following year. We don't have to fill it during the course of that year. It cannot be filled until the following fall. So that's just something else to consider.
Can I ask, on here, where Dean of Students for Scottsdale for grades 2nd through 8th, and then Dean of Students Alberton K1 in high school, both are at $64,000 annually. And then, but the salary and cost, and then the whole way along the line, as far as PSERS and FICA and all that go, like everything's different. Why is that?
That is because we looked at 2 individuals that are currently working within our district that are working on getting their principal certifications, and they are currently earning different amounts of money. So
On tiers. Okay.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
And PSERS.
So that,
okay.
yeah. So that's why there are variable amounts in those 2 amounts. That's a good question.
Okay, so another question that I had, oh, sorry, does someone else have something?
No, go ahead, Ms. Raymond. Go ahead. Sorry.
So one of the questions that I had, and this just kind of came to my attention today, we do have some things designated here in the proposed budget to help kind of rejuvenate our middle school library that has gone completely unused in any way, shape, or form for several years now. The best I can get is at least 6, possibly more than that. So I'm very, very excited to see that us trying to bring that back to life. And from what I've estimated based on what's listed in here, the amount that we're promising to the middle school library is just shy of $19,000. And then today I noticed that we have $125,000 to go to the high school library reorganization, and then another $9,600 classified to library books. And I don't know if the library books are specific to the high school. It doesn't really specify that. I just assumed that because it says that it came from Dr. Clara and Mr. Krofcheck. So I just assumed that those are intended to go along with the high school. And it also breaks my heart to see the high school library not doing anything and just sitting there vacant. So that is something that I would love to see us utilizing. But I am concerned that we're giving $19,000 to the middle school and $135,000 to the high school. And I've seen the plan that was emailed to us about what wants to happen in the high school. And I love it. Like, I love the idea of it. But I am a little concerned about the equity of giving that much more to the high school than what we're giving to the middle school. Like, I was in the middle school today working through some of the books that we have in there, and to say they are outdated is like the understatement of the century. So for the middle school to get, an allotment for $2,000 for new books, when, the high school is getting this gigantically huge allotment for other things, it just seemed a little bit inequitable in terms of how we're dispersing those funds.
I agree.
So if I could speak a little bit to the library's proposal at the high school, two things I think are important. We're about to have some barking dogs here. Hold on one second.
Mrs.
Okay,
Raymond,
sorry
where
to
did
make
you
you wait.
see?
So the library at the high school has been closed for quite a long time as well. And the last renovation in that space was 1999. So literally last century. One of the things we're hoping to do is turn that space into more of a student union, a space that serves all of the different components of school, from the arts to some of our tech ed. I actually asked Mr. Ansel, who helped to formulate some of these ideas, to join us. So thanks for being patient, Mr. Ansel. He's been here since yesterday waiting. Just kidding, not quite that long, but a long time. And our objective here was, if we were to redo that space and it could serve all of our kids in high school, who, by the way, have many more choices in middle school, it's very directed. You're in these classes and there's not a lot of freedom to go independently in high school. We do expect more opportunity for kids to go different directions and do things more independently. What would it take to make that space not just an upgrade, but maybe one that other districts would want to come and see, right? Be out in front of it rather than always chasing. So I asked them to come back with some ideas, and they had some really amazing ones, a really neat plan. Mr. Ansel, if you could talk a little bit about some of the technology, because as I told you yesterday, if you're leaving it in my incapable hands, I probably won't be able to answer any questions about what those things do.
Thank you, Dr. Clara. To kind of summarize a little bit there of the background leading up to some of the decisions that we tried to go for with this Essers, we've been working on this program and this rejuvenation of that space now for at least 3 years. If some of the board members recall, we did a presentation pre-COVID, I think January of 20. We did a presentation about how we wanted to organize that space and rejuvenate that and make it usable. And basically COVID hit and everything got put on hold. And now some of the technology that we want to incorporate into that space, it's not cheap, to be honest with you. And in order to get our kids real world experiences that they can actually use and apply after school, whether going into the trades, using a CNC router that's incorporating CAD software that's the most up-to-date licensing that you can get, versus our licensing now that we are literally pirating from 1 year to the next within our own program. Things like that, things like the vinyl cutters and printers to be able to have kids make actual outputs that they can take home, they can show, and quite frankly, be able to say, hey, I know how to do that, I know that process. And at the high school level, we always struggle with getting buy-in and getting real world skills that are actually applicable. And this is our opportunity. I think that if we don't take, we might not get it again for another 20 years. I mean, we're using technology that was purchased by teachers that haven't been in the district now for 10 plus years, and they bought it in 2000. So we're dealing with some stuff where we're trying to play catch up with industry in general And we want to make that space the gem of the IU, if you will. I mean, we have a gorgeous space in that high school, and we really want to fill that with meaningful things that all of our teachers, not just tech ed, but all of our teachers can come in, utilize that space with their kids, do hands-on activities, do real-world scenarios, and benefit from it.
Okay, so my next question about this project is, at the middle school, we have a designated librarian media person who's working in that space to work on all of that. I don't want to see, I can't imagine us spending all of this money to upgrade this place, the space, and not have someone be who is the designated person that's dealing with it. And I haven't heard any information about who that would be, or is that a new position? Is that an existing person? Like, who is going to be responsible for all of this expensive technology that we are purchasing or suggesting to purchase?
Sure.
So that's a good question. We talked a little bit about that even in the lead up to it. And I think to start, because a lot of these things are technology related, not just a library itself, it's more like a student union with a lot of different components to it. The teachers who would be using that type of equipment for those components would be the people responsible to take kids there, to schedule it, and to use it appropriately. So we did not plan on adding a librarian at that level, although I'd love to have one. If the board would entertain that idea, I would be very, very excited. But I think we have to be realistic in saying that our first objective is to make that space into more of a student union and a little bit more of an opportunity for all of our disciplines to go there and use it for different reasons. Some of the things that are being included there that I think are pretty exciting are things like a one-button studio for recording of presentations. So at the college level, that is something we're seeing with our students using pretty regularly. I would like our kids leaving our building to be able to do that when they get there and be familiar with it. That just is one example, one of the items. And I guess kind of to circle back to something that Mr. Ansel said a little bit earlier, he was part of our committee this summer. We worked on our comprehensive plan. And one of the things we talked about is making that space viable again, and making sure that when we're talking about when a kid crosses the stage to graduate, how have we prepared them, that we are getting some things that are more in line with what they're going to see when they leave us. And so a lot of these items that we're looking at that level are content specific. The space will be accessible for anyone, but there are some content specific things. I don't think as a poetry teacher, you see me doing much cutting of anything, and probably for good reason. So some of those components would only be specific to certain programs, but the space itself, I think, lends itself to being available to everyone. And I think at the high school level, you're going to have more of independent use by kids, as opposed to maybe in the middle school where it needs to be more directed and guided by someone who's teaching them how to be a good student in the library.
I mean, I just have some, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, a couple things, which I did talk to Dr. Clara and Mr. Kroftek today. While you do say that you want it to be used by students, not just ones that are using that in the classroom, it still has to be staffed. It's not just a room that, if you don't have the person in there to be, over everybody, you can't just send kids in there by themselves. The other thing that I did talk about was this, and similar to what Candace said, this is a large chunk of money, and as much as I want to see, it doesn't sound so much like a library as, like you said, a student union. I see $9,000 on there for library books, but who's going to catalog them? Who's going to delete all the books that were already in there? Who's going to take the time to shelve them all and print out the labels for them and make sure that they're checked out and checked back in and shelved again? That's not just a let's everybody do it when we can kind of thing. So since there is a librarian at the middle school, it would make more sense to put some of that library book money in the libraries that actually have librarians who that's their job to do. I just don't see that as almost $10,000 of who's in the world's going to have time to do that. And I don't see a supplemental for it. I don't see, it'd be really difficult to volunteer that many hours, a teacher, just to do that and maintain it. It's a lot.
And Ms. Smith, I thought you made an interesting point earlier, which is that when we talk about what research looks like at the next level, it's not often just things that are already in the library, but things that are evolving and changing through that digital landscape. And so articles and things like that, periodicals, might be more valuable than buying sets of materials and books that would maybe just be on shelves. So I do think that might be a better way for us to reallocate some of that money for more materials at that middle school level in terms of books and being more student union centered at the high school. I just think we need to rethink that space a little bit and what it can do and how it serves kids, because it's such a big space and it's in a central location to that school. We want to see teachers in there and kids in there as much as we can get them.
If I could jump in here a little bit on that. When I hear the word student union, that is just a very small part of what our plan is there. As Dr. Clara just said, we have such a large space there. And Mrs. Smith, I will fully acknowledge that I am not the librarian in the conversation right now. I make stuff, right? But that student union piece, I don't want people to consider that to be like a place to go and lounge, right? That's one small component of that space. There's so much real estate in there. Our goal is to have, yes, a student union space where kids can go during that SSP period or WIN period, if you will, and then also have a space that if a teacher wants to take kids down and, you know, give presentations for something, they can practice giving a presentation at a podium with a legit sound system and backdrop there to do that, to practice that skill. And then another space on top of that would be to have a makerspace area where, yes, you have to have supervision in that place. But one of the things we had talked about before was during our SSP periods that the electives teachers that truly have the grasp on that, for example, the one touch studio might be Mrs. Gore. The CNC router might be Mr. Sherrick, right? The Roland cutter might be Mr. Pollard. We would have a duty assigned to us during SSP periods where we could go in and any kid that was interested in using that equipment that day, those teachers would be assigned to that time within reason of the schedule and make a lot of flexible use of that space. Instead of me hosting my SSP period in my room, maybe this day I'm up in the library and we're designing, you know, things for the 3D printers to be able to print out. So student union, yes, but multi-use flexible space that teachers are taking their kids to give them a different environment to be in and try to incorporate a lot of that cross-curricular that really creates learning and truly gives an educational experience. You learn by doing, and this space would allow us to do that.
No, I love the idea. That makes a lot more sense with the SSP and being in there during that time. That's not an answer I got before, which that's fantastic. Obviously, I'm all for libraries anywhere we can get them. I just don't see the actual library part of this as much. Now, I did talk to Mr. Krofcheck and Dr. Clara and said, you know, periodicals are a good thing to have there for you, but there's so much librarian work that would go with putting all those books in there that it would be really, I don't see how, it would just be really difficult. But I love the whole idea of the whole entire space. And I know Dr. Clara and I had said, you know, the middle school library could be like a training center almost, because they're going to have their own makerspace as well, going up to the high school where you're a little more independent. You can go during your SSP and you've already kind of trained on these things at the middle school, which is fantastic. But I just want to ensure that we are getting the books and the things that we need at the middle school library as well. Because like Candace said, I've been in there too. And I've been in both libraries helping to weed out. I helped Mrs. Berg before and Miss Richter in this one, and they're both pretty old. So they both need a lot. So I'm all for that. I just want to make sure, I think that maybe we could allocate a little more money to the middle school books, since I think they have $2,000 allocated to buying new books compared to $9,000 for a library that might not have a librarian to do that.
That was a great idea. Good point. And something I think we're kind of learning as we go. Like Mr. Ansel taught me all kinds of stuff about how this might look, because I'm a guy who doesn't have a lot of familiarity with those components. What I know though is that in my mind, the vision I have is a place that is really unique and different. We've talked about Center Ice at the IU being a really amazing space. Wouldn't it be awesome if we had one similar, maybe not quite to the degree that they can do, because they're really super hyper focused there, but a place of our own that does all kinds of things like that. And we could say to our kids that you have access to it without having to travel that far, or just get those experiences. Because as part of that discussion this summer, Mr. Ansel, if you remember, we talked about how do we get kids to be ready when they leave us These are experiences as a post-secondary student that when you get to a campus, those things will be available to you, and they'll be expecting you to have at least familiarity with, right? And so I'd like our kids to have that experience of knowing what those things are and having a chance to use them, and maybe finding a passion for one of them. Maybe some of those tools are things that they don't even know that they like yet, but they will now. So I'm super excited about the idea of us revamping our whole secondary level concept. What we're already doing at the middle school, Miss Richter's been doing an excellent job down there, and then rethinking how that high school space could be used for all kinds of ways and for all of our kids in newer ways. And while I'm a book guy, you know, I probably don't read very well on an iPad or anything. I still like to pick up a book and read them. I understand that the next generation wants to have more access to technology in different ways. I think this puts us in that place. And I hope that everybody here can help us to make that work. And if there are things that we need to reconsider in broader strokes, okay. But the vision, I think, is really important. How do we make that space work?
So along with that, I guess my other question is, we've talked about how it can be managed once it's up and running, that various teachers could make it a duty during SSP or whatever the case may be. Who exactly is going to spearhead this and bring it to fruition? Because I don't want us to be talking about these great, wonderful, ideal plans, but then there's nobody. I mean, we have Miss Richter at the library working her butt off to bring that to life. Who is going to be that person that's going to take this great, wonderful vision and make it actually happen? I don't want it to just be oh, we're going to do this and we're going to say that we're going to spend this money, and then it just, even if we buy it, it sits there and doesn't get put together. Like, who's going to coordinate making this actually come together and not just be an idea?
I would love it if you picked me.
No, let me do it.
I mean, and I don't mean to disrespect you, but is that realistic? Like, you have a lot of stuff on your plate.
I do, but this is an important one. And part of my role is to be impactful on academics. And we talked about that in that comprehensive plan this summer. I mean, I understand what you're saying, Ms. Raymond. I get it. Like, hey, how are you going to fit that in? But these are important things. And one of the things that not having a building that is mine allows me to do is be in different places. I do spend a lot of time now at the high school. I would really like to be part of making sure that those things happen, because I think this is a transformative piece of where we should be going. And it shouldn't be left to just Mr. Ansel figured out during SSP. Like, I think that both Mr. Kravchuk and I should be engaged. I've been working with Ms. Richter on all kinds of things along the way. We just, she gave me a list of things that she thought were really important. We've made a way to make them happen. I had her go to a conference to see how others are doing it. So I've kind of been working on this in the backdrop already. I'd be very excited if I could be one of the guys that helps to lead it. It doesn't have to just be me. I'm sure Mr. Ansel and some others would gladly help me, but it's important.
And Mrs. Raymond, just to comment further on that, we have a saying at the high school that miracles happen every day. Well, we make miracles happen up there. I think the staff up there at the high school, if we have the support from administration and the board, finally, to make this happen, we've been trying to get this to happen for years. If we get that support, it will happen. Trust me, there will not be a single thing not assembled. We will make chips fly. We will design. We will build. We will create. And the teachers up there at that high school, they are very enthusiastic about what they do, very passionate. We will find a way to make it work. We always do there.
I believe that. And I remember the presentation that you all did, and it was probably like a month or so after we got on the board, or I got on the board, I should say.
It was very close
and
to that.
Yeah, Mrs. Berg was there. Yeah, it was very, very good. And it seems like a fantastic plan. I think I would just ask, like I said before, if we could put a little more money towards the middle school books purchasing. Books are way more expensive than you could ever imagine. $2,000 in books is so small.
And Mrs. Smith, maybe that's where at the high school level, we look towards more of a digital library that our kids can access a little bit easier digitally through the Westmoreland program, where you can use the Libby app. Instead of having hard copies, maybe you have more of a digital approach there at the high school.
Right. And actually, there is something that Mr. Pushkar just put on everyone's computer. Well, it should be on everyone's computer, an app called Sora. And that allows students to borrow books digitally. That is through the public library. and Westmoreland County Federated System of Libraries. And that allows them with their student ID to borrow digital books. It also gives teachers access to it and the Gutenberg that they can all borrow the same book at the same time digitally. So that's already in place. Kids can use that right now, which is a great free thing that doesn't take any money, which is fantastic. And it seems like high schoolers kind of want that.
They do.
Anyway.
So one of the other things I heard somewhere along this discussion that I've had today and now that I've had here is that this is a space you would expect to have available district-wide, so that if there was a teacher in the middle school or in the elementary school that wanted to bring their students into this space, they would be permitted to do that. You're muted, Dr. Claire.
Dr. Claire, you're muted.
Awesome. So our dogs are barking, so I'm muted and I try to talk. So we have kids who are always leaving and going to other places in the district. Mr. Ansel sends kids over for reading buddies and YEA. And so we have kids in and out of buildings all the time. I think it would be great for us to use the space in a different way and have other kids come to it. So I think that that's an awesome opportunity. Now, the middle school will have some of those pieces already in place. Ms. Richter's been specking out some of these pretty neat things already, but there may be some things that are high school specific that a group wants to use, or we may have activities where we want to bring people up there to perform or to record things. So I think that, yeah, when you're making that kind of investment, it's not closing the door on anybody. It's saying, hey, this is for this level, but it's open for other things too. Because I really feel like there's value here. I just spent the day with a couple of seniors who are getting ready to graduate here in the spring. And they're thinking about where they want to go to school and some of the things that they're going to want to do. And I'm thinking, man, I'd like you to at least have seen some of these things before you get on campus and know how to use them, because that expectation is real. And so I'm real excited about it. I know Mr. Ansel did great work to help us to build out a presentation for you. Again, it's not, we're never going to say we've got it all figured out. We're always a work in progress, but we have a mission in mind to make it really a usable space with the maximum amount of kids having a place for themselves in it.
So this dollar amount here that's for $9,684.33. I know that this all has to balance out and equal zero at the end for us to be able to put it into Essers.
Right.
So just take that dollar amount and add it to the dollar amount for the middle school books, because we're basically admitting that this isn't really going to be a library, because we would actually need somebody to be able to make a book in the library. We could go a different route, periodicals or such down the road when we see what that the equipment actually ends up costing, because that may be a little bit cheaper that then you could put money into periodicals. But I would just like to see the dollar amount for books at the library at the middle school where there is a librarian. I would like to see their books be purchased and a larger dollar amount.
Yeah, I would be much more comfortable with this if that money for library books went up to the middle school. I would be a lot more comfortable with this.
It's a great suggestion. And I'm glad that, again, we have good ideas, but sometimes it's good to have somebody else's look at it too, because sometimes we're not going to think of all of the ways that this could impact people positively or negatively. Bottom line to it is we want this to be a really important space in the district. And what an opportunity. I don't know. I think Mr. Ansel, you already said it, but how many chances will we get to really make it that way? And we're really hoping that you'll support it. I know I was real excited when I told Mr. Masha we were thinking. I'm not usually calm anyway, but I was really fired up about that. So I hope you guys can see the good value in it and what we're hoping to make possible for our kids. I really think, Ms. Raymond, you asked about how is it available to others? Yeah, that's definitely a part of it. But most important to us, I think, is really having a space that is 21st century. Like, I would like someone to say, I want to see how Southmoreland is doing it, right? I want to visit Southmoreland and see their space. And I feel like this is a chance for us to really be in front of it instead of always chasing.
Mr. Ansel, would you consider that to be okay, to take some of the library book money and put it towards the middle school, or did you have a vision for that part of it?
Well, again, the library isn't my expertise there. I really do like the idea of having the periodicals there. That is one thing that I will say that I think we need something for the kids to be able to pick up.
Yeah,
if they are coming to that student union space to have something tangible in their hand. That being said, though, I think if, like, for example, I didn't know that the new app was even on our Chromebooks that kids could check out stuff digitally until you literally just said it. If we could have a little bit more training on some of that stuff, maybe as teachers during one of our in-service days or something like that, to say, hey, this is here, try to use it. Maybe that's a good compromise then, that if we can have the digital access already with the Chromebooks, maybe then, yeah, we don't necessarily need as many hard copy books up at the library at the high school. Yeah, I would agree to that.
I just wanted to make sure you were on board as well.
I mean, I'm speaking for me there, but I think that I would have the support of everybody else there at the high school on that topic, that yes, we do need something tangible for the kids to be able to pick up and read, but
Yes.
maybe with the high school age kids, the Chromebook and the access on their phones might be a better, more appropriate approach.
Right. And I think having the serials and the periodicals are a good way to go too. That could be, I mean, that's not going to be something you're going to want at the middle school. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities too, that books could go from the middle school to high school students. There is a way for them to look, it would take work, but for them to see, like, these are the books the middle school has, and then through interlibrary mail, send them to the kids. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, there's definitely ways to do it so that the kids could still, and like that middle school, if you build it up, there's very little difference between middle school reading right now and high school reading. If you're looking at fiction, nonfiction, it's going to be very, very similar. Obviously, there's things that are more young adult than 6th grade level, but there's going to be a lot of overlap. So that definitely could be a way that you go too, I think.
That's an excellent idea. And I think we're able to accommodate that pretty easily. We do have ways for those things to be passed back and forth. And, you know, it's the distance of 2 miles. So we're not real far apart. So it's not like we have to travel great distances to maybe transfer some books. But the main thing that I think is important is that at our high school level, we do want kids looking at some of those things that are more modern and more research-based. And I think at our middle school level, really getting that love of reading and keeping it is so important. So we're gonna, you know, it's kind of doing 2 things at once, right? It's the genius of and rather than the tyranny of or. It's not one or the other. We got to try to do both and try to do them well. And I'm sincerely excited about it. Mr. Ansel did yeoman's work to help us to get this planned out. He kind of was our lead from the faculty to say, okay, here's how all these pieces fit. I can't take credit for any of that. That was his work. But from the administrative side,
either.
from the administrative side, you know, we've been talking about the library for a long time, and Mr. Masha kind of gave us a green light to try to figure out how to make that work better. And we turned it over to the people who were in that space to help us to look at it, because that's not really our strength either. So it was really collaborative, and I'm real excited about it. I think I said to at least a few of you when you asked about it, I was like effusive. What a chance, right? What a great chance. So I hope that you'll support that, and it will have in due time a space that people will want to see. I've asked Ms. Richter's gone out to visit a couple of schools who have their own systems and kind of get an idea of how they do it, right? What does it look like at a different school? I want to see people visiting us now.
And just real briefly, while I have this moment, I know I have spent, you know, most of the day with Ms. Richter, and she's building up our library. She's taking on student council. She's doing the gifted program. She's got all sorts of ideas for all sorts of things. And her enthusiasm is fantastic. And I just really want to give her a big shout out for everything she's got going on right now.
And texting me to ask about grants. That's the other thing she was doing today. So, which is good. These are all good things, right? So yeah, I think we're moving in a great direction at the secondary level. To try to build a system that's more open to all the different things that we might want kids to have exposure to and practice with and be comfortable with. And here's our chance. I hope everybody will see it as such and will support it. I know that Mr. Kravchuk was excited about it. Mr. Ansel and I were, when he came in, I was like, this is awesome. He came to see me at the end of the day yesterday, and I was hard to contain.
So since I know this is a voting item this evening, is everybody okay if that $9,684.33 moves to the replenishment of the library books at the middle school?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds okay to me.
Is there any other discussion about the rest.
Yes, I did want to come back to that, the Dean of Students. Mrs. Mondock, when I was asking about like why there's such a difference in there, you had mentioned about there's possibly 2 people already in line or already looked at or already, and that would make sense why there's 2 different
there's
amounts.
two there right, there are 2 people that are currently that are working in our building that are part of our staff that are working on their principal papers. So
Okay.
since we had to get some idea of a cost wise, that's why we looked at them, not knowing if they're even interested, not knowing if they're, even going to apply.
I'm not, and nothing that you've done. I have some issues with that because I think that kind of sets it up for these 2 possible individuals. I'll be honest, I already know they've been looked at. So I don't understand why they would be looked at when we haven't even voted on this. We haven't voted on the cost of this stuff. And Mrs. Mondock, I'm not trying to like push at you or anything. I just, in general, I mean, here we have 2 possible employees, possibly, I guess, in quotations, that looking into these positions. And I mean, are they then going to be put to Act 93? Are they going to be left in the teachers union? Like, this is, I don't know. I think this is a big,
Well, we do have
a big red flag for me.
We do have a couple teachers who have principal papers already, correct?
Mhm.
And
Right,
they would
and
be
and-
probably a higher rate than that, well, they would have to be than what money you have in there.
But if you look at everything else, everything is in line with one another. And for to me, this just stands out to me. This kind of shows like, okay, well, this is where possibly one person would be for this level in a tier. This is where somebody else would, it stood out to me because it's different. If it would have looked the same, I probably wouldn't have questioned it. But it's definitely different. And it doesn't make much sense. Especially if we have already looked at these possible individuals for these positions that are going for their principal's certification. As far as I know, that's not how we do things.
Hey, Nicole, can I say something?
Absolutely, Dr. Fike.
None of those people who have applied for the positions who are already certified have ever been hired in our district. I have nothing more to say.
Okay.
So I think, and maybe I'm wrong, do we have more than 2 people within the district working on their principal papers? Do we know that?
I do not know.
I think we know that there are 2, but I think the point has been already made that there are others within our association that are currently principal certified. I don't think you want to close the door to anyone. I don't think
that's right.
Yeah, I don't think the intent was to close the door or preclude that there was going to be someone hired. I just think when Ms. Mondock put that together, we just needed a starting point for some number. And I don't think there was an intentional slight or indicator that, I mean, it might seem like that, but I don't think that was the intent. Unless I'm wrong.
May I jump in real quick? Mr. Ansel, I know he has an early start tomorrow. The high school's first. So if nobody has any more questions for him, I'd like to let him go.
I appreciate that,
Mr.
Dr.
Ansel.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for your time tonight, everybody. I really appreciate it. And if you have any other questions, don't hesitate to reach out.
Thanks, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do think that it would be more, it would make more sense to have the salaries in there of the people who are already certified as principals. Like I've said before, though, I hate to see any classroom being left without a teacher when it's so hard to get long-term subs right now. So that's also a whole nother issue. But starting with the salaries of the teachers who already have principal certification would make a lot more sense than someone who just started working on it, and I don't even know who these people are. So somebody knows something I don't know, but it would make more sense to do it that way.
But then wouldn't we want to do that the whole way up with reading interventionists, math interventionists for all grades?
So here's my thing about these reading and math intervention. And I'm just thinking of what's transpired through the course of this year and all the checkerboarding that occurred. Most of our people were leaving positions. So the special education positions that have been filled, and basically that's what these would be, I believe, were filled from outside of it. So I don't know. I mean, I would have to then think, well, somebody just wants to come back and do this, but they only want to do it temporarily. And then they want to move back into their, I mean, I just am not sure that I see a teacher moving from a teaching position to a temporary position to then back to their teaching position. Like, I don't, and I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Mr. Masha and Dr. Clara know something that I don't know, but I'm just thinking of in terms of moving to a dean of students, which obviously is going to be a completely different thing. It gives them experience to maybe be able to move on to a different district after the end of 2 years, or up in this district if there are positions. But I just don't see that really occurring with these intervention positions as much as I see somebody wanting a dean of students position.
Yeah, but if we're not going, I don't know. I don't know if maybe I'm just not hitting my point here. I mean, if we have people who already have their principal certification, why would they want to be a dean? Why wouldn't they want to be a principal?
Because if they wanted to be a principal and could get a principal job, they'd probably already be there. Like,
get out of the classroom.
District with no experience, this might be a stepping stone to that position, is what I'm thinking for them.
Now, okay, so would that then take them out of, say if it's one of our teachers already who's in our district, that would then take them out of like their contract as their teacher's contract and put them in an Act 93?
No, I think that's part of the agreement with SEA.
You're correct, Mrs. Williams.
So they would stay part of SEA.
That's right. They would stay part of SEA, and their salary while they're in the Dean of Students position would just be retained at what their current teacher salary is, and they would move along that teacher step schedule as they would even if they stayed in the position they're in.
Look at Mr. Nicholson and what he did in the past. Take a look at Mr. Nicholson.
And then as far as your other question, Mrs. O'Rear, like, I don't know if this answers it or it doesn't. So you were saying about why wouldn't we do that with the intervention specialist? I think if you would bring, so if let's just say a kindergarten teacher moved and wanted to be the K1 interventionist for reading, and we moved her there. Yes, her salary would carry over if I'm correct, but then when we hired a sub for her classroom, it would be at this rate. So basically you'd still have the same cost. It would just be one would be a long-term sub basically for that classroom, and that teacher would move into the K1. So like their dollar amounts would remain the same. If that
Not a long-term sub, it's a 2-year sub.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dr. Fike. It's a 2-year sub. So
technically a year and a half.
Makes sense to you, Mrs. O'Rear. Like it would be the same dollar amount. It just wouldn't show that way on here. If that makes.
We would pay a long-term sub at the cost of $40,645.
Right, the 45,645.
Okay.
2-year sub, a 2-year sub.
I don't know. I'm still like, I don't know, this whole, and I'm not saying that Mrs. Mondo, I'm not saying anything was done on purpose or anything like that, as far as like how these salaries, it just, I don't know. It just doesn't, it strikes me as different. It strikes me as odd. I don't.
Well, we needed a starting point. So that's kind of where we landed at these two individuals, because we knew that they're working on their papers, but obviously it's far from a done deal. We just needed something to, for the budget, for Esser's budget. So that's why we utilize this as a starting point. Because if you look at for example, if you look at all the interventionalists, when you look at their amounts that we put in for their healthcare, for example, we put in all family healthcare coverage because that's an unknown. In budgeting, that's the unfortunate part is in something like this for a grant, there are a lot of unknowns. So that's kind of where we landed at with the Dean of Students, if that helps you any.
Is there any other discussion?
No.
I'm sorry.
Never mind. Nothing.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But like in the same sense, you look at the total of the interventionalist and it comes to 75,468. Then you look at the bottom where it comes to the Dean of Students, the total is 10,795. The total is 17,418. If we're talking about leaving something blank, such as their healthcare, how can we submit that in if it's kind of like it's up in the air? Like I just,
because if there's somebody that already works for us, their healthcare has already been budgeted and accounted for in the general fund.
Okay.
I think something else, Mrs. O'Rear, that maybe is confusing about how this works. Would you remember last meeting we voted on Esser's 2 and the changes that occurred with Esser's 2? There will be changes here as well. So for example, all of these people are probably not going to need family health care. So there will be subtractions there. There might be additions somewhere else, but this is going to be a fluent process. But to turn in the grant, everything needs to be at zeros. So everything, and maybe Dr. Clara can explain that again, but this process, you have to be at zero. So you've used all of your money. You show how you're using all of your money. And then you're going to go in and make changes to that once we're moving through, which is exactly what we just did with Esser's 2.
I have a quick question. So we have budgeted for them for 2 years. However, we're already almost halfway through this first year. So why do we have a full year's salary for this school year? We wouldn't be paying them that much, right?
No, we would not be paying.
So that's a good chunk of money that we still have to use for something.
Christy, everything's retroactive.
Well, no, that can't be.
I'm with you, Christy. Everything's retroactive. Here we go.
I think we lost Pam.
Yeah, she locked up.
So yeah, so
But,
for instance,
just to get
the
us
interventionist, they will probably, I can't imagine they'd start before January. So it would be half of that. Correct?
Correct.
And same
Like I
with
said,
the students.
this is, like I said, as Mrs. Williams just said, this is a starting point to get us to the point where we can actually apply for the grant in PDE so that we can begin to spend some of the funds. And we'll make changes much like we did with Esser's 2. We just had the voting on that. Well, as we go forward and see exactly where we're landing, because honestly, do I feel that with the shortage of long-term subs that we're going to be able to get all these interventionalists? I do not. But,
So, Chris,
Absolutely correct. You can put out all those ads you want. You're getting nobody.
Well, let's hope that's not true. And let's try to have a positive outlook on at least providing.
Oh, there you go. Go find them, Michelle. Go find them.
So
I think that it's very sad to sit here and say that we're trying to provide intervention and remediation for our students who so desperately need it, and to have a negative outlook on how this is going to go.
It's not a negative outlook. We have teachers who can do it. Teachers who can do it.
So I think Ms. Williams, you'd asked me if I would go over how that process works. So just real quickly again for everybody, when you are submitting a grant to the state, your budget must be zero, and they're going to review it, and they're going to make sure that all the expenditures that you've put in are allowable. And there are rules that the federal government establishes that Pennsylvania agrees to, because it starts with the federal government allocating the money to each state, then the state gets their amount. They decide how much we get, and we're going to submit that, and they're going to come back to us and say, okay, this is allowable, this is not, this is too much in this area, you have to recategorize it to this. There's always work that is done, but if you don't get it in, there's nothing for them to review, and there's nothing that happens. So step one is submitting one that you think is pretty good, but there may be some adjustments that we'll have to make. There may be, for example, something that we said, oh, we budgeted this amount for, like the HVAC units, and then over the next couple of weeks, there is a shortage on the kind of material they need to get those for us, and the price changes. And we have to go back and revise our budget because we didn't anticipate that. And they know that. But step one is for us to have something that we can say, this is how we want to do this. This is how we want to use this money. And the state will review it and say, okay, these are allowable expenses, or hey, this doesn't fit, and you're going to have to fix that. And that's kind of like the work that you do as you kind of move your way through it. But thank you for asking that. I think for all of our members who are here, and I think I expressed this last time, it's not an easy process to build one. It's tough to Title One. I'm sure this one's really going to be lots of fun because there's so many line items. But it'll be a place for us to begin, and we'll have to revisit it. We may come back to it and say, listen, this costs more than we were expecting, or that we don't have this, or this product is no longer available. There are always adjustments that you have to make. But that's just the process side. I wanted to make sure I covered that for everybody. Mrs. Williams had asked me to be hopefully specific. If you have more questions about it, you guys can always call me or email me too. Feel free to reach out, and I'll bore you with all my training in federal programs.
Does anybody else have any questions?
I have a comment, Michelle. So a couple of meetings ago, I had asked about Esser's too, if that document was written in stone, is what I asked, but obviously they're not. So I'm going to vote yes on this, but there's some things in there that I don't like. I mean, this is sort of like discussing the budget. Everybody has a comment and wants something in there and wants something out. So if this is going to be fluid and us approving this tonight is going to help us move along, what's going to happen when, say, come a month from now, I want to take something out of there. Is that going to be okay if I, discuss it and, find something that I want to add because we can't hire 2 positions in here, and I want to add something else that I come up with an idea that I want to spend money on? Is that how it's going to work?
So at least initially, when you submit it, Mr. P, the goal is to have it at 0, and this is your plan, like you believe in it. But there will be times, for example, where something doesn't work. You can't get those items, and you don't know that when you're writing your plan. You found a price, and then, like I said, let's use the HVAC for an example. Let's say we budgeted a certain amount for them, and it turns out that due to overruns and costs, you can't get it at that price anymore. We will have to go back and revise that. Now, what I wouldn't say is, when we say fluid, I don't want to constantly be in there because one month we like this and then we don't. So I think we have to agree on some broad strokes about what we want to do, but there will be flexibility in that. Sometimes the things you budget for, you can't get. And so now you have this money that you have to spend in another way. But please don't interpret that as this is a merry-go-round and we can just get on and off as we want, because that's not a great strategy either.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't saying that. I was just saying if there's something that can't be filled.
Yeah, then you have to reallocate that money.
Or like the HVAC, say we just cannot do that. So we're going to do something totally different. That's what I was getting at.
Exactly. So this summer, when we did our summer program, we budgeted a lot of money. We didn't spend as much of it in some of the schools as we were expecting. And so then we had to go back and do a revision and say, okay, well, this is what we actually spent. This is a leftover. We have to reallocate that for something else that falls under the umbrella. So because what we anticipated, and you always anticipate more than you're going to spend, you always budget more so that you don't end up with a shortfall. That way you don't have a cost that was so surprising that you don't have the money for it. So we've budgeted high on some things, and if we have to revise, that's okay. But I don't want to have like a $3 million revision. That would be a terrible indication of how poorly we plan. So, but yes, your question, if we're not able to find something or get something and we need to revisit it, that's normal, because sometimes you just can't get the things that you were anticipating, or the price you were expecting changes.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Good question.
Is this the end of the comment on this Esser 3?
Was just asking if there were any other questions.
Michelle, it's a question. Is this the end of the comments on Esser 3?
If nobody else has any other discussion, yes.
I have a statement I want to make. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen of the community, listen carefully to me. One of the two things is going to happen. This is going to be an absolute victory. We're going to spend millions of dollars and everything's going to be solved and it's going to be wonderful. We're going to spend millions of dollars and it is going to be an absolute disaster. I am warning you, be very careful what they are doing with your children. 2 years from now, I'll probably be in my grave, it doesn't matter. If you are happy with the results, if our children are academically succeeding, if achievement levels are high, I will be the first person to say I was wrong. Let me tell you something. You will not achieve academic success and student achievement with all of these non-academic programs that are proposed by these funds. You cannot keep throwing more money at it and think it's going to succeed. Good luck to you. I'm going to fight for your children. I'm going to fight for the success of the school district. But if this is the direction they're going, bless you, bless you. I hope you can do something to save your kids.
So
Dr.
Dr. Fike, I would
don't
like to
ever
make
assume that what I do on this board is putting children at risk. Don't ever assume that. And don't ever assume that anybody else on this board is putting any other child at risk. That is ignorant. Don't ever do that. You're not talking to the public when you say something like that. You're belittling the rest of us, and that's wrong. And you know better. My gosh, you're an adult. Act like it.
Talk to me 2 years from now, Nicole. Talk to me
I'd
2
just
years
like
from
to
now.
make
We're
a
done.
statement as
I don't
well,
want you to say
Dr.
anything
Fike.
else. You have nothing good to
We
say.
have-
You never do. You always belittle everybody. We're all tired of it. It's always you people this or you people that. You're part of you people. You make some grandstand that like you're just this perfect person on this board. We've all made mistakes. We all do this and we all vote. We try our best. So stop grandstanding.
Here's
I'm
what
sorry, Michelle, go ahead.
Say to this. We have listened to you now for 2 weeks, make some grand statement at the end of this about how we are destroying children. We are all sitting here having an adult discussion about how to provide intervention and new experiences for our students. I haven't heard you offer one bit of information of how to improve anything here.
Oh, yes, I have. It's called 3 words. Time on task. Teach our children. Teach our children. I have
and not
offered
one
that.
time during this Esser's discussion, this week or last, have you done anything but make some grand statement at the end? You didn't come back with a list of items that you feel would better prepare our students. You didn't come back with a list of items that you thought would be better spending.
Teach our children. Teach our children.
And that's what we're doing, Dr. Fike. That is what this board is prepared to do tonight.
Is that what the results show, Michelle? Is that what the results show?
Does anybody else have any other discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
No.
Mrs. O'Rear,
Yes. Sorry.
Mrs. Williams.
This does include moving the library money. Should we have done something differently to move the library money?
So it has passed as stated in the attachment.
Okay.
So what you want to do now is, I would recommend that you make a separate motion to add on to the agenda, motion to revise the Esser's spreadsheet
I will make a motion to revise the Esser spreadsheet.
to move the library money to specify how you'd like the library money reallocated.
Move the library book money from the high school to the library book money at the middle school.
Okay, Mrs. Williams, you vote.
I vote yes to the Essers. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that
Let me,
motion.
Ms. Tarzan, before you do that, I just want to make clear to the board that this is a motion to add a new action item onto your agenda. Okay, so we have to go through that process of moving a new action item on, as stated by Mrs. Williams or Mrs. Smith. Motion to move the high school allocation to the middle school. Did I get that correct, or did I say it backwards?
For library books. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So take that motion to add it first.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so now
you're going to vote on the substantive item.
Okay.
To move the allocation of library funding between schools as stated.
Correct.
Need a motion?
I made the motion.
He's asleep behind the wheel.
I need a motion to vote on it now. That was to place it on the agenda.
I'll make the motion.
I made the motion.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Can we do a voice vote for this, Mrs. Zundel, since the money was already spent?
Yes, you can.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Is anybody opposed? I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, track RFP.
The board is asked to approve the attached track RFP, which is a request for proposals.
You need a motion?
So moved.
You need a second?
A second.
Discussion?
Okay, I'm kind of stupid. What is an RFP? I'm sorry. I searched this and I couldn't figure out. What's a track RFP? What is that?
It's a request for proposal for resurfacing of the track surface.
Resurfacing for the track. Okay. Thank you. I couldn't figure that one out. Okay.
The actual RFP stands for request for proposal. That's what an RFP
There you go.
is.
There you go. Look, I'm stupid. I admit that. I'm stupid. I don't know what these, what do you call them, acronyms are? I'm sorry about that.
It's
I
on the
apologize.
motion. It's on the motion. The board is asked to approve the attached RFP request for.
Okay, it's a request for proposal. Got it. I got it.
Any other discussion? Roll call.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Oh, man.
Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Pike,
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Mrs. O'Rear,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Posting of policies.
The board is asked to authorize administration to post the policies listed below on the district's website, which website is included there, for a period of 30 days. These policies are attached, and you can see automatically click on to the website and the policies down below.
I need a motion.
So moved. Second.
Discussion.
I oppose to at least 6 of them. No problem. Go ahead. Vote on them.
Roll call.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Oh,
Mrs.
sorry.
Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
No.
Mrs. O'Rear,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes, for posting them.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Yes.
That's good, Jason, for posting them. Yeah.
Mrs.
Okay.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries a yes, 1 no.
Jacobs Creek Watershed Association letter of support.
Board is asked to consider approving a letter of support for the Jacobs Creek Watershed Association for EITC funding.
Motion.
So moved.
Need a second.
A second.
Discussion.
Vince, did you actually say that they get part of our EITC funding? Is that what you said?
No, they can apply for EIT funding.
Okay, they can apply for EITC.
Yes.
Oh my God, that takes money away from us. Thank you, Vince. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
So it doesn't really take money away from us. There's many organizations that can apply for EITC money, and there are almost every business can apply to be able to give EITC money. As part of taking EITC money, you have to have a letter of support from the school district that you are
Every dollar that you give to them takes away from us. Christy, I've been involved in this for the last 12, 15 years. Christy, every dollar, we fought to give EITC money to your library because we believed in that. Christy, listen to me. This is taking money away from the schools, from the libraries. Christy, listen to me. This is, do what you want. Do what you want. Do what you want. I don't care. I don't care. Do what you want. Do what you want.
Don't you file kind of through Harrisburg in order to get like EITC money to help with the
It
library?
doesn't matter. It's done locally.
I'm sorry, I wasn't talking to you, Dr. Fike. I was talking to Christy. Can you please let her answer?
How many times did you work EITC funding in our local communities? Tell me. I'll tell you how many times I did. Tell me how many times you worked to get EITC funding for our local libraries.
I'm sorry, can you go ahead and answer?
There is a lot of state reporting. There's a ton of reporting. The businesses who give out EITC money are actually given a list of all of the organizations that have applied to be able to accept, because there's reporting that goes along with that. So I know that some organizations have gotten money from people that they have no idea who they are or why, and it's completely other side of the state. It happens. So it just allows the organization to apply for that money. And it's a tax break for the business that gives it.
Go for it, people. Go for it, people. Take it away from our local agencies. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
Jacobs Creek Watershed is a local organization.
Right, it's a fabulous thing. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
This is so ridiculous, Catherine.
Amen.
Why are you screaming at everyone? We're just
Go
trying to
for
vote on
it. Go for it. Go for it.
I just don't even understand. I don't understand why you have to be like
Mrs.
this.
Williams, Mrs.
Yes.
Williams,
For it.
I'd recommend that a vote occur on this item.
Okay. All those
For
in
it.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Go for
Aye.
Opposed?
Absolutely. Go for it. Go for it. Opposed, no. Yeah, go for it. Opposed, no. Yeah,
We
go
went
for
for
it.
We went.
For it. Go for it. Take it away from our.
Joint
our-
purchasing permission to advertise.
The board has asked authorized permission for the WIU Consortium Board to advertise for the 2022-2023 bid programs, advertising jointly as a member of the Westmoreland Intermediate Unit Joint Purchasing Consortium for the purchase of supplies in the following categories: multi-purpose paper and unleaded gasoline and diesel.
Need a motion?
You know what? I missed something, Vince. That thing there that said number 4, joint purchase agreement to advertise.
Dr. Fike, we're talking about that right now.
Okay, but the next thing says the board is asked to authorize permission. Okay, so permission versus.
Oh my God.
Oh my God! I have a question. Oh my God!
Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn to executive? We're going to need a new link, please.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Mrs. Smith, can you please set up a new link? And I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, you'll have to leave this link open until we come back.
Will do.
Thank you.
Mrs. Dundle, can you please call me?
Yes, I can. Give me 2 minutes, Michelle.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, somebody call and give me the numbers. Okay. This is so ridiculous. This is so bizarre.
Dr. Fike, you're still live.
Michelle, this is so far beyond the pale. I don't know where you people are coming from. You can't handle anything. You can't handle anything. I'm okay with that. You can't handle anything.
Let it roll.
Thursday night, Scottsdale Entertainment here.
You can't handle anything. So you're going to discontinue the meeting? Is that what you're going to do? Is that what you're going to do? There's like 5, 6, 7, 8 more. You're going to discontinue everything. Is that right? Is that what you're doing? That's good. That's good. Okay. That's okay. Let me know. Let me know. I think I'm done. This shit's done. Okay.
Hello again.
So Heather, you think this is ever going to be over?
I don't know. I mean, I have to go to work here soon. I might as well just stay up.
Yeah, I feel bad for you. I do.
Oh,
Me too, pal. Me too.
I am using, we're not live, right?
Yes, we are.
I do believe we are, so please be
Oh,
careful.
okay. I just needed to say I have to go to the bathroom.
We are
I'll be
live
back.
currently.
That's all.
Thanks for the update.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I think still waiting for Mr. Carson. And Christy, were you able to get a hold of her?
Yeah, I gave her the numbers again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, are we all here now?
I'm on here. Is everybody else on here?
Okay, I need a motion to go back into session.
So moved.
And I
I'll
just
second.
announced that we were in executive session for informational purposes.
Mrs. Williams, I have an announcement, if I can have the floor for a few minutes.
Yes,
around procedures. So I just pulled up the procedures that are connected with your meetings policy, which is 006. One of the duties of the board president is to recognize those board members who are wishing to speak. First recognized person is the one that will be permitted to speak. In the interest of the fact that it is 10:30 and we need to move through the agenda items, I am asking and recommending that Mrs. Williams recognize board members, and board members who wish to speak ask Mrs. Williams if they may do so before speaking so that we can move through the action items.
Gotcha.
Item number 4, joint purchasing permission to advertise.
Board is asked to authorize permission for the WIU Joint Purchasing Consortium Board to advertise for the 2022-2023 bid programs, advertising jointly as a member of the Westmoreland Intermediate Unit Joint Purchasing Consortium for the purchase of supplies in the following categories: multi-purpose paper and unleaded gasoline and diesel fuel.
I need a motion.
I'll make that motion.
I need a second.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Roll call.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Peggy.
I don't think Mrs. Tarzan's on here.
She's not.
Roll call.
Jeez.
Mr. Masha, do you see her?
She's on her way back in.
Okay, she is. She's right there. Mrs. Tarzan, I need a roll call on item number 4 under new business.
Roll call.
Joint purchasing?
Yes.
Dr. Fike made the motion and I seconded it, Mrs. Tarzan. Sorry.
There was no discussion.
Mrs. Kristen Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Carson?
Yes.
Dr. Fike?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Rear?
Is she on there?
You went to the bathroom, remember?
Okay. Are you voting?
We skip over her for right now, Mrs. Tarzan.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams,
Yes.
can I just put abstain? Pass for Mrs. O'Rear? Or
Sorry, I had to unmute. Mrs. Tarzan, I would note it in the minutes that upon reconvening the meeting, Mrs. O'Rear had to step away for a moment. And then that particular vote, she wouldn't be an abstention. It would just be that at that point in the meeting, there was one less board member present.
God.
Okay.
Okay.
Joint Purchasing Consortium representatives.
The board is asked to approve Ms. Pamela Mondock, business manager, as authorized representative to the WIU Joint Purchasing Consortium and Mrs. Laura Geyer as alternate representative.
I need a motion.
So moved.
I need a second.
Second.
Discussion.
Hey, Pam, you don't have enough to do yet, so do this one too.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Oh, Pam, go for it. Okay.
Removal of professional services agreement. Excella from the
Professional-
table.
I'm sorry. The professional service agreement with Excella was tabled at the October 21st, 2021 meeting. The board president will now entertain a motion to take this item from the table.
Can I ask a question about this before we remove it?
We've asked this question many times. What are we talking about here?
Mrs. Williams, yes?
Yes.
It's proper for you to ask a question.
Mr. Masha, have we received a new contract from them?
We have not at this point unless it came today. Mrs. Tarzan, did we get any updates?
No, we
Oh,
did not
God.
yet.
Okay, I would like to
come
request that
on,
we leave this on the
people.
table.
Oh, come on, people.
Dr. Fike,
Oh, we don't even know what this is, Michelle.
I know exactly what this is, Dr. Fike. You might not know, but I
What
do.
is it? Tell us what it is.
It's the
So,
agreement.
Michelle-
Oh my God, I don't need
Mrs.
to
Williams.
do this.
So, Michelle, do you want to
Williams.
leave it on the table? How do?
Yes,
do
can we
need to
please leave
motion?
this on the table until we have,
What you're going to want to do is vote on this.
okay?
Vote on, you're being asked, is the board ready to take this business up again? Michelle, your response is really no, we're not ready to because we don't have the contract.
Correct.
So if people concur
Thank
with you, then
you.
we will be
Thank
voting
you.
no.
Thank you.
But I
Thank
do
you.
recommend a vote
Thank you.
happen on item number G6.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Motion in a second.
I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I need a second.
I'll second.
No,
Is there any discussion?
no. We don't know what it is, huh? Michelle, we just don't know what this is. It's not, there's not a positive or negative or anything.
All those
We
in
just don't know
favor?
what this
or-
is.
I'm sorry. Can we do a roll call vote here?
Dr.
A
Fike,
roll call? A roll call?
we're
Oh,
removing this
no.
from.
It's a no. It's a no. It's a roll call? Oh, my God. Okay. No. Uh-huh.
Mrs. O'Rear is not back yet. Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
We're just voting to remove this from the table. Okay, no,
Correct. No.
no.
Mrs. Rhodes,
So I'm sorry with all this interference
Yes,
and laughing.
I'm sorry,
I'm
Mrs.
kinda
Rhodes,
confused as to what I'm supposed to.
I had asked Mr. Masha and Mrs. Tarzan to reach out to Excella Health to get us a new contract.
We don't have it.
Actually see everything. and they have still not provided us with a new contract. We have a lot of information going back that is old and very dated from whenever Dr. Molnar was on the board.
Okay.
Have a copy. Dr. Fike, excuse me. So we don't have an actual new contract. So that's why I was requesting it not to be removed from the table until we do.
Okay, so if we don't.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to.
Dr. Fike.
Dr. Fike, will you please shut up while someone else is trying to talk? Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. I'm 11% of the board. You have to forgive me. I'm
Michelle,
11% of the board.
So Michelle, if we want to let it remain on the table, we are to vote no. Is that correct? Okay, no.
Heather Smith,
No.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes, no.
Mr. Carson,
No.
Mrs. Williams.
No.
Motion to remain on the table is 8 no and 1 yes.
This is hilarious.
So basically, the motion was to remove it from the table, so that motion has failed.
The motion has
Right.
failed.
Okay.
Therefore, the board will
can-
not be taking up agenda item number G7 now. So at this point in the meeting, you'll move to item G8.
Resuming in-person
Okay.
meetings for December, and Mr. Masha, I'll read this. At the October 21st meeting, the board determined the November meetings would be held virtually on Zoom. The vote required us to revisit this decision on a month-to-month basis. At this time, I am recommending that in-person participation be utilized for the month of December, particularly the December 6, 2021 meeting. Individuals in attendance at the meeting will be required to follow the August 31st masking order. Moving on to personnel, administrative assistant agreement.
Okay. Is this open for discussion yet, Michelle?
No, it's not. I'm
It's
sorry.
not open for discussion. There's no discussion?
Michelle, can you
Oh,
read?
I'm sorry. There's not been a motion. A second. Okay, I'm sorry. There's been a motion and a second. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Masha,
Please go ahead.
administrative assistant agreement. Mr. Masha, you're muted.
Board is asked to approve the attached administrative assistant agreement.
I need a
Okay.
motion.
So
So
moved.
moved.
I need a second.
Second. I don't know who, if she got Gail and myself.
Vince,
Dis-
please
discussion?
humor me. What?
Excuse
Vince,
me,
what did
Dr.
you-
Fike? Dr. Fike.
I'm asking a question. I'm not
Is-
allowed. I'm not allowed to ask
You
a
need to
question.
ask the chair. If you,
I'm sorry. You're
We're not
cracking
even-
up. I can't hear you. Vince, please just repeat what you just said. Would you do that for me? Would you do that for me? Repeat what you just said.
The board is asked to approve the attached administrative assistant agreement.
Oh, the attached assisted grade. Oh, that's a biggie. Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you.
okay.
Thank you, Vince.
We had a motion. We had a second. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
We have requested external evaluation of this agreement, and it has not been conducted. So until that has been done, my vote is no, because I want
Okay,
to know
thank you.
what the,
Mrs. O'Rear,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams,
Yes.
motion carried.
Not a,
8 yes, 1 no.
Act
not
93
a problem.
agreement.
The board is asked to approve the attached Act 93 agreement.
Oh my God.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Second,
Second. Discussion. Roll call.
Dr. Fike,
Based on the fact that I do not have the information that I have requested, my vote will be no at this time.
Mrs. O'Rear,
yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 8 yes, 1 no.
Administrative position.
The board is asked to accept the resignation of Raquel Sutton as Southmoreland Middle School principal, retroactive to November 17th, 2021.
I need a motion.
So moved.
I need a second.
I will second, but do we also need to state that we are going to be posting this?
Yes. Advertising.
So then we'll need first an recommendation, a motion to amend the motion that's on the table to include authorization to post and advertise the position.
Are you okay with that, Mrs. O'Rear? I think you were the first on that.
Yes.
Okay, motion by Mrs. O'Rear to amend.
Yeah,
And then
that was my question.
are you okay with that, Mrs. Raymond?
Yep.
Okay. Any other discussions?
Yes, yes. I want to say to Raquel, I have championed you every step of the way. I think you've not been treated fairly. I am so sorry that you are leaving our school district. I think it is a great loss to us. It is a great benefit to your future employers. I am so sorry you are leaving. I have supported you every step of the way. And unfortunately, that did not make a difference. Thank you for what you've done.
Is there any other discussion? Roll call.
Mrs. O'Rear,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Unfortunately, I hate to see her go, but I do vote yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
My vote is yes, and also with regret.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
No.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes, and I wish her lots of luck in her future endeavors.
Motion carries 8 yes, 1 no.
Learning Recovery Program interventionist.
The board is asked to create and post the following academic interventionist position for the remainder of the 2021-22 school year and the 2022-23 school year as a part of the Learning Recovery Program utilizing Esser 3 funding. A reading specialist K1, math interventionist K1, reading interventionist 2 to 5, math interventionist 2 to 5, reading interventionist middle school, math interventionist middle school, reading interventionist high school, and math interventionist high school.
I need a motion.
I will make that motion.
I need a second.
Second.
Discussion. I'm sorry, can we just do this as a voice vote, Mrs. Zundel, to create the position?
Yes.
All
Yes.
those in favor? Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Opposed? Learning Recovery Program interventionist description.
The board is asked to approve the attached job description for learning recovery program academic interventionist teachers, which are temporary 10-month teaching positions to conclude after the 2022-23 school year.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Need a second.
Second.
These are learning recovery program academic interventionist teachers. Are they teachers? I want an answer. Are they teachers?
Interventionist teachers, which is included in the motion, it was just read by Mr. Masha. Is there any other discussion?
Vince, give me an answer. Are these teachers?
Yes.
Yes.
They are teachers.
Yes.
I will vote for them if they are teachers. Please tell me they are teachers. Please tell me that.
So can I just point out that we already voted to create the positions. We're just now creating the job. We're approving the job description. That's what we're talking about right now.
I'm not going to vote for it, Michelle. Yes, they are teachers.
They
Vince,
are.
please
They are
answer.
teachers.
Are they?
Okay. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, I did, Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
The difference between this one and then the previous interventionalist, like, I understand this is a 10-month position.
This is the same thing, Mrs. O'Rear. This is just a job description for those jobs.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I got lost between the two. Thank you.
That's okay. Is there any other discussion?
They are teachers. They are teachers. I'm voting for.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Was that an opposed? I'm sorry. Or were they?
No.
Okay. Dean of Students?
Teachers. These are teachers.
2 temporary Dean of Student positions for the remainder of the 2021-22 school year and the 2022-23 school year, utilizing Esser 3 funding. 1 Dean of Student to be assigned to the Alberton School campus, K1 and high school, and the other will be assigned to the Scottsdale School campuses, grades 2 through 8.
You need a motion.
A motion for what, Michelle?
Dean of Students. To post
A
to.
motion for what, please? I'm so stupid, I don't know. Motion for what?
You need to listen to the motion as it's being read.
Listening. A motion for what?
Dean of Students.
Dean of Students. Dean of Students. Okay, you need, thank you. Dean of Students,
I
okay.
think you need a second, Michelle.
I need a second.
So moved. Second.
Any other
Sorry.
discussion? I have one question, and this is something that was discussed. Is it appropriate to add in the language, these positions will not start if they are, or is that language that we can put in when we actually hire someone?
Mrs. Williams, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your language.
I'm sorry.
Because of the breathing that was happening.
I needed to know, we had talked about making these positions only for the current staff once we would fill the position. Is it appropriate or should we do that when we actually hire the individual?
That it's not appropriate to do that here, but that would be a condition precedent to hiring the individuals into the positions.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Yes, I am hearing about every other word. I'm on a telephone. I'm hearing about every other word that you people are saying. I have no idea what you're talking about unless you're talking about hiring a, what do you call it, Dean of Students? I have been on the board.
Were you given an agenda?
Yes.
I have an agenda. Listen to me, Michelle. Listen to me. I'm 11% and so are you. Listen to me.
I have seen the agenda where you're doing a dean of students, two dean of students, not one, two dean of students. Am I correct?
Yes, that's what Mr. Masha read, yes.
Okay. What this is this is an assistant to each of those principals, Haichu and Kravchuk, so that they do not have to deal with discipline. If
Is
you
there any
read,
other discussion? Is there any other
listen
discussion?
to me. We have
Dr. Fike,
listen to me,
Dr.
Michelle.
Fike,
We
we've
have
been
a job
listening to you
description
all night scream at us.
in there. Okay. You are hiring people so that they don't have to do their job. And that's okay. As long as everybody knows what the deal is. Just tell it, the truth, be transparent, tell the truth to the people what it is that you're doing. They're hiring people so that they don't have to do their job with discipline. They make
That's not what is happening.
Dr. Fike,
the high school principal $200,000 a year.
Mrs. Williams, that you're very far out of order right now, and she has asked several times if there are other comments on this action item.
I am asking for time.
Are there any
don't
other
think this is
discussion?
Students, Dan Kravchuk, who is the principal now, was the dean of students in the past. Are you aware of that?
Mrs. Williams,
He held that position.
Obviously. Mr. Masha, do you have muting capabilities?
I do not. I could request that though.
Please do.
I just want to take this opportunity to let Dr. Fike know that I have authorized and advised the superintendent and Mrs. Williams that they are permitted to mute you if you do not comply with the rules of proceeding through an
Sure you
efficient
want
meeting.
to, Amy. That is your job. You are kissing their feet. I'm sure you're doing that. Goodbye. I'll hang up.
Thank God.
Mrs. Christy Smith, I believe you had another comment. Did you have a comment?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion? Since these are just being posted and not advertised, that can just be a voice vote, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm opposed, Michelle.
Okay.
I am as well.
Job
I'm sorry.
description for
I'm
Dean
sorry.
of Students.
Can we redo this? I'm like lost. We were talking about number 6, correct? That's what we were voting on?
Correct.
Okay.
Job descriptions for Dean of Students.
The board is asked to approve the attached job description for Dean of Students, a temporary 10-month position to conclude after the 2022-23 school year.
I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll make the motion.
I need a second.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Counselor position?
Sorry, we're good.
Sorry. Counselor, Mr. Masha. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. No, I didn't. Good.
The board is asked to create and post 2 temporary school counselor positions for the remainder of the 2021-22 school year and the 2022-23 school year, utilizing Esser 3 funding.
I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I need a second.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Health service nurse?
The board is asked to approve the creation of the health service nurse position and authorize the administration to post the position at a salary of $25 per hour.
I You need a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Mrs. Williams, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can I wanted, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. Can I go back and strike my yay to a nay on the dean of students? Am I
You are
allowed to?
permitted- You are permitted to do that if you're recognized and authorized by Mrs. Williams. It's going to be her decision as the chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Does that motion still pass?
Yes.
Job description for health service nurse.
The board is asked to approve the attached job description for the health service nurse.
Need a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Need a second?
Second.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Advertise for custodial position.
The board is asked to authorize the administration to advertise for custodial positions.
You need a motion?
Make the motion.
You need a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Are these part-time, full-time, temporary?
I do believe there's still a full-time position, and I still think he's looking for some part-time, Mr. Polakowski.
So are we advertising for all of those?
Yes. Don't leave.
So do we need to amend the motion?
Yes, you would amend the motion, correct?
I move to amend the motion.
I'll second that.
And what it should read, the board is asked to authorize the administration to advertise part-time and full-time custodial positions? Or how many?
You want to identify how many, if it is known how many.
Okay.
So that's an open question. Mr. Masha?
I do not know the answer to that, how many Mr. Price is looking for. I'm sorry, I do not.
Make a motion to table this item. Is that possible until we can find out how many he needs?
Yes, you can make a motion to table. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm sorry, I feel like I'm frozen maybe. Some people are.
Glitchy.
People aren't.
Glitchy.
Is there anybody opposed? Okay. New bus drivers?
Board is asked to approve, at the request of Quest, 2 new bus drivers, Joseph L. Kramer Jr. and Heather Nicole Watsky Ducarn. Clearances are current and on file with administration.
You need a motion?
Make the motion.
You need a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Cafeteria substitute.
The board is asked, at the request of Vicky Capone, Food Service Director, to approve Courtney Kropp as a cafeteria sub pending return of fingerprint clearances. All other paperwork is on file with the administration.
Need a motion?
I'll make it.
Make them
Sorry.
Need a second?
second.
Discussion? Roll call?
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Rear,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 8 yes, 1 absent.
Part-time unarmed security guard.
The board is asked to hire, at the request of Greg Kiefer, Ken Stewart as a part-time unarmed security guard at a salary of $13.26 per hour.
I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Go,
Need a
let
second.
Mr. Carson. Second.
Discussion. Did he just retire?
He did. He wants to come back.
Is there any other discussion?
He retired from our district.
Yes.
Yes.
Nice.
A roll call.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Rear,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 8 yes, 1 absent.
I need a motion to adjourn for 3 minutes to allow for public comment. The phone number to call in is 724-640-2609. One more time, that's 724-640-2609. So I need a motion
I'll make the motion to recess.
for 3 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, I'm going to set this for 3 minutes. Thank you. Need a motion to go back into session.
Make the motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Did we have any call-ins?
Yes, we have one, Mr. Silvas. He should be connecting now.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Silvas?
He hasn't shown up yet.
Mr. Silvas, can you hear me? Mr. Silvas?
Yes.
Okay. We just need you to state your name and address, and then you can go
Sure.
ahead. Go ahead.
Sure, it's Daryl Silvas, 300 Everson Avenue, Scottsdale, Pennsylvania. And first of all, I'd like to thank you people for giving me a couple minutes of your time. A lot of you I've spoke to, a lot of you I've gotten to meet. And it's been my pleasure to meet you. This is in regards to the recent hiring of your full-time custodians. As a lot of you are aware, my wife has about 21 years in your district as a custodian, and I applied for a job there and was passed over. I know why I was passed over because I know I'm not allowed to mention any names, but your custodial supervisor don't like me. So he heard a few things, the way he was treating these women up there, and I didn't appreciate that. So a couple comments got back to him. All my clearance papers, I got on right away, were turned in prior to the hiring. They were all clean. 60 years old, and up till March of last year, I was shut down because I was being treated for cancer. I was shut down from working because of the pandemic. I've been given approval to return to work. I have a clean bill of health. I'm not saying my cancer can't come back someday, but I could have a heart attack next week also. It has nothing to do with that. I was told I didn't have job experience. Yet people younger than me had more job experience than me. I was working 4 jobs, 1 full-time job and 3 part-time jobs when I got shut down by my doctors. I've always been a worker since I was 12 years old, delivered newspapers. Worked all my life, at least 2 jobs. Disc jockey for 41 years. Over 1,200 weddings I've done. Know a lot of people, have a lot of credibility. I'm a hard worker. I just felt I was treated misfairly by the gentleman that recommended the hiring. The other gentleman that interviewed me, a lot of integrity. Very, very dignified person. I'm sure he knows who he is. A lot of respect for him. But I just feel I was treated misfairly. All I wanted to do was work. The job I had full-time closed this past February. Didn't have a job to go back to. And I still have some years to work in my life. And You know, references were never checked. Prior people I worked for were never checked. Employers never checked. I was interviewed because I guess it was you know, had to do it because it's filled out an application. But you know, we went out and I spent the money to get my clearance papers. We'd been living since this past March on my wife's paycheck. Really didn't have that money to spend, but it was well worth my time's up. So I won't take any more of your time. Wishing each and every one of you a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for having an ear. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silvis.
Yep. Good night.
Right.
Does anybody have anything else?
I just wanted to take a quick moment. I just wanted to thank everyone who is currently on this meeting for just being really supportive colleagues. It's been an honor to serve on this board with you. It was only a little over a year, but everyone who is here right now has been really great to work with, and I appreciate it. And I just wish you guys all the very best moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Candace.
Yes, and I'd like to just thank everybody. It's been a great experience. I've learned a lot. And, you know, I wish everybody the best moving forward. We're in a difficult time right now, and I know we can get through this. And just wish all you guys the best. And I'll be watching you on the YouTube shows.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One last comment.
Carson.
Mm-hmm.
Just one last comment, reiterate what Candace and Jim just said there. It's been a great experience.
She mute?
Oh, I think we're losing her.
Oh, no.
Mrs.
Gail, we can't hear you. You're not muted, but we can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
There you are. There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm not going to keep you any longer because it's been a long enough meeting. And but thanks everybody. Appreciate everything. And good luck in the future. And I might have to come and sit in the audience one of these times. Maybe I'll come incognito. You won't know it's me.
I think we should all do that one night just for some fun and laugh at it.
I think
Hey,
so too.
hey.
Right.
Yeah, thanks everybody. It has been quite an experience and I'm going to miss everybody. Well, mostly everybody.
Thank you.
Oops,
Mrs.
are we
Smith.
still on air?
We are.
For sure.
Did anybody
Yes,
else have
thank you.
anything?
Thanks, everyone. We'll miss you.
Sure.
We'll definitely miss you guys.
Thank you for your service.
Y'all are awesome.
Yes, thank you all for your service to the district.
Pleasure working with
Have a
you.
nice Thanksgiving.
I'm not crying, you're
Yes.
crying. I'm not crying, you're crying.
I am not crying. Trust me.
Tears of joy, right?
Yeah, for sure. I need a motion to finally adjourn.
I'll make a motion.
And I will
I
second.
need a second.
Okay.
All those in favor?
All right.
Bye.
Aye.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Hey,
Good
happy
night,
to you all.
everyone.
Thank
Happy
you.
Thanksgiving.
Have a
Good
good
night,
night,
ladies and
everyone.